Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. A softer kind of dark drifts in, the sort that hangs at the edge of ordinary life and doesn't explain itself. The quiet stuff lingers. Small noises, half-remembered shapes, a shiver that might be nothing. Honestly, that's the vibe. Low light, slow breath, and a stillness that feels true. Quick note, because support absolutely matters. Like and subscribe, and the bell keeps new episodes close. No mid-rolls, a few ads in the first 10 to 15 minutes. Then it's all uninterrupted dark. 5 new stories in the first hour and a half. Then the travel stories from the March 26, 2024 video with an extra hour plus of tales. And finally, 2 hours of rain sounds to fade out the night. I think that balance works. So yeah, the air cools, the edges blur, and attention sharpens in the quiet. Maybe it's imagination. Maybe it's something else. Either way, the night knows what comes next. Sleep well and dream dark. The Central Park stretched out green and vast under the afternoon sun. A sprawling oasis of nature carved from the heart of the urban landscape. Ancient trees cast dappled shadows across winding paths, their branches heavy with late summer leaves that rustled in the warm breeze. I had been walking for an hour, following paths that curved between groves of oak and linden trees, and open meadows where families spread blankets for picnics, and children chased each other through the grass. The park felt peaceful after the noise, and crowds of the city center, where traffic horns and construction sounds had created a constant urban symphony. Here the loudest sounds were birdsong and the distant laughter of children, the soft murmur of conversations in multiple languages, as tourists and locals alike sought refuge from the concrete and steel that surrounded this green sanctuary. I was studying my map with the focused concentration of someone trying to decode an unfamiliar city's logic, trying to locate the path that would lead me to the main square where I planned to spend the evening exploring the shops and cafes. The map was detailed but confusing, with paths that seemed to loop back on themselves and landmarks that looked similar from my ground-level perspective. A man approached from the direction of the memorial area, his footsteps confident on the gravel path. He was tall, maybe 40, with the kind of presence that commanded attention even in a crowd. He wore jeans and a dark jacket despite the warm weather, the fabric looking expensive, but somehow out of place in the casual park setting. His hair was neatly styled, and his shoes were polished leather, details that suggested someone who cared about his appearance, perhaps too much. He excused himself in German, the words flowing with native fluency, then switched to English when I looked up from my map with obvious confusion. He asked if I was lost, his tone friendly, but with an undertone of assessment, as if he were evaluating me for some purpose I couldn't yet understand. I explained that I wasn't lost, just figuring out the best route to the main square, holding up my map as evidence of my navigational efforts. He commented that the square was very far from our current location, perhaps an hour's walk through the winding park paths, and then the city streets beyond. He stepped closer as he spoke, close enough that I could smell his breath, a mixture of alcohol and something else, something medicinal or chemical that made me instinctively want to step back. He offered to show me a shortcut that would be very quick, his eyes bright with what seemed like helpful enthusiasm. I thanked him but mentioned that I preferred to stick to the main paths, having learned from previous travels that shortcuts offered by strangers often led to complications rather than convenience. He insisted that the main paths would take too long, and claimed to know the city very well, gesturing toward various parts of the park with the confidence of someone who had spent years exploring every corner. He promised it would only take 5 minutes, holding up his hand with fingers spread to emphasize the brevity of the journey. Before I could respond or step away, he reached out and grabbed my wrist with sudden decisive movement. His fingers wrapped around my arm with surprising strength, the grip firm enough to prevent me from pulling away without a struggle. When I instinctively tried to twist free, his grip tightened like a handcuff, his thumb pressing against the pulse point where he could feel my heart rate accelerating with alarm. I demanded he let go of me, my voice rising with the first edge of real fear. He claimed he was helping me, and started walking toward the edge of the park, pulling me along with the casual authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He insisted the shortcut was in that direction, toward a part of the park where the paths grew narrower and the trees thicker, where fewer people ventured and the sounds of the city grew more distant. I planted my feet and tried to twist out of his grasp, using techniques I had learned in a self-defense class years earlier. But he was stronger than I expected and seemed prepared for resistance. Other people were walking through the park, couples holding hands, joggers with earbuds, elderly men feeding pigeons, but they were too far away to notice what was happening, too absorbed in their own activities to register the subtle drama unfolding near the memorial area. I stated clearly that I didn't want his help, and asked him to please let go, trying to keep my voice calm and reasonable despite the panic that was beginning to build in my chest. He asked if I was a tourist, and whether this was my first time in the city. His question seeming casual, but somehow loaded with significance, as if my answers would determine what happened next. I told him that didn't matter, and repeated my demand that he release my arm, my voice becoming firmer as I realized that politeness was not going to resolve this situation. He ignored me and kept walking, dragging me toward a path that led away from the main park area where families gathered and vendors sold ice cream and postcards. I could see the memorial complex in the distance, its gray concrete blocks rising like a geometric forest, a place I had planned to visit but which now seemed to represent safety and witnesses rather than historical significance. I asked where he was taking me, though I was beginning to suspect that his answer would be another lie. He claimed it was the shortcut to the main square, as he had told me, but his tone had changed subtly, becoming less friendly and more impatient, as if he were growing tired of maintaining the pretense of helpfulness. But we were walking in the wrong direction entirely. The main square was northeast of the park, and he was pulling me southwest, toward areas I didn't recognize, where the paths grew narrower and the landscaping more wild, where the careful cultivation of the central park gave way to something more primitive and concealing. I tried to scream, but my throat felt tight and constricted, as if fear had physically closed off my airway. No sound came out except a strangled whisper that wouldn't carry beyond a few feet. The panic was overwhelming, a primitive fear that made my vision narrow, and my heart raced with the desperate rhythm of prey, recognizing a predator. I thought about all the warnings I had read about traveling alone, about staying in public areas, about trusting my instincts when something felt wrong. My phone buzzed in my pocket, the vibration cutting through my panic like a lifeline. A text message from the world I had left behind, a reminder that people knew where I was supposed to be. I quickly mentioned that my friend was texting me, and that she was waiting for me at the central station, improvising desperately as I tried to create the impression of people who would miss me, who would come looking if I didn't appear. The man stopped walking and asked what friend, his tone sharp with suspicion and annoyance. I explained that she was expecting me and that if I didn't show up she would call the police, trying to make my voice sound confident and matter-of-fact rather than desperate and terrified. I could see him calculating, weighing his options with the cold assessment of someone who had thought through various scenarios. His grip on my wrist loosened slightly, though he didn't release me entirely. I said I needed to text her back to tell her I was coming, reaching for my phone with my free hand while trying to appear calm and cooperative. He insisted I could text later, after the shortcut, but his voice carried less conviction than before, as if my mention of a friend and the police had introduced complications he hadn't anticipated. I emphasized that she was waiting right now at the station, and pulled out my phone with my free hand to show him the message, holding the screen where he could see it. I pointed out that she said she was there, waiting for me to arrive. The message was actually from my roommate back home, asking about my trip and whether I was having fun, but he couldn't read English well enough to tell the difference between a casual check-in and an urgent meeting arrangement. He observed that the central station was in the opposite direction from where we were walking, his tone suggesting that he was testing whether I would stick to my story or reveal it as a fabrication. I acknowledged this and claimed I had changed my mind and wanted to meet my friend first, that the main square could wait until later when we could explore it together. He stared at me for a long moment, his eyes searching my face for signs of deception or weakness. Then he smiled in a way that made my skin crawl, an expression that had nothing to do with friendliness or humor and everything to do with power and control. He agreed to let me go, but insisted that first I give him a goodbye kiss, and my phone number as if these were reasonable requests rather than violations. I asked what he meant, though I was afraid I already knew. He clarified that he wanted a kiss like a girlfriend, and pointed to his lips with the casual entitlement of someone who believed he had the right to make such demands. He said he would then give me his number so I could call him that evening, perhaps for dinner or drinks, as if we had been on a pleasant date rather than a kidnapping attempt. The thought of kissing him made me feel physically sick, but I was more afraid of what would happen if I refused outright. I agreed but insisted that he would then let me go immediately, trying to negotiate the terms of my own violation. He confirmed that I should kiss him first, his smile widening with anticipation and satisfaction. I leaned forward quickly and pressed my lips to his for less than a second. The contact brief and perfunctory, then pulled back immediately before he could deepen or prolong the kiss. The taste of alcohol and something else lingered on my lips, making me want to spit or wipe my mouth, but I forced myself to remain still and compliant. He laughed with genuine pleasure and pulled out his phone, apparently satisfied with this token of submission. He demanded my number, holding his phone ready to enter the digits. I gave him a fake number, changing the last 2 digits while trying to make the recitation sound natural and unrehearsed. He made me call it to verify it worked, and when it went to a stranger's voicemail, a woman's voice speaking in German, I told him the person must not be answering because she was probably at work or busy. He insisted I call him that evening, so we could have dinner, finally releasing my wrist with what seemed like reluctance as if he were giving up something valuable. I agreed with as much enthusiasm as I could muster, rubbing my wrist where his fingers had left red marks that would probably become bruises. I backed away slowly, not wanting to turn around until I had put some distance between us, afraid that sudden movement might trigger him to grab me again. He stood there watching me, his hands now in his pockets, that same unsettling smile on his face, as if he were savoring the memory of our encounter. When I was far enough away to feel relatively safe, I turned and walked quickly toward the memorial complex, my legs shaky with adrenaline and relief. The concrete blocks rose around me like a maze, their varying heights creating a landscape of shadows and hiding places. I ducked between them until I was sure he couldn't see me anymore, using the memorial's design to my advantage. I stayed hidden in the memorial for 20 minutes, moving deeper into the grid of blocks, until I found a spot where I could sit down and catch my breath. My wrist was red and tender where he had grabbed me, and my hands were shaking with the aftermath of fear and adrenaline. The concrete was cool against my back, and the geometric precision of the memorial felt reassuring after the chaos of the encounter. Other visitors walked through the memorial, speaking in quiet voices or maintaining respectful silence as they contemplated the historical significance of the place. A group of students passed nearby, led by a guide who was explaining the significance of the varying heights of the concrete slabs, how they created a sense of unease and disorientation that was intentional, designed to make visitors feel lost and vulnerable. The irony was not lost on me. I had sought refuge in a memorial designed to evoke feelings of vulnerability and displacement, but it felt safer than the open park where predators could approach under the guise of helpfulness. I waited until I was sure the man had given up looking for me, then made my way to the nearest subway station. The underground felt safe and anonymous, full of commuters and tourists, going about their normal business, their faces focused on phones or books, or the middle distance of urban travel. The fluorescent lights were harsh but reassuring, and the constant flow of people provided the anonymity I craved. I rode the train to the main square, checking over my shoulder at every stop to make sure he hadn't followed me, scanning the faces of other passengers for any sign of the man who had grabbed me. The shopping center was crowded and bright when I finally emerged from the underground, and I spent an hour walking through the stores, trying to calm down and process what had happened. The normalcy of commerce, people buying clothes and books and coffee, families with children, elderly couples holding hands felt surreal after the encounter in the park. I found myself studying the faces of men who were roughly the same age and build as my attacker, wondering if any of them harbored similar intentions. if predators were everywhere, or if I had simply been unlucky. That evening, I called my friend Sarah from my hostel room, needing to hear a familiar voice and share the burden of what had happened. I told her about the man in the park, about the way he had grabbed me and tried to lead me away from the public areas, about the kiss he had demanded and the fake number I had given him. She asked if I had reported it to the police, her voice tight with concern and anger on my behalf. I explained that I didn't know what I would tell them since he hadn't actually hurt me, that the whole encounter had lasted maybe 10 minutes, and could be dismissed as a misunderstanding or cultural difference. She pointed out that grabbing me against my will was assault, that demanding a kiss was sexual harassment, that his behavior was criminal regardless of whether he had succeeded in whatever he had planned. I thought about it, but I didn't have his name or a clear description of where exactly it had happened. The park was huge, with dozens of paths and areas that looked similar, and I wasn't even sure I could find the same spot again. More importantly, I wasn't sure I wanted to relive the experience by describing it to skeptical police officers, who might question why I had kissed him or given him a phone number, even a fake one. I told her I was just glad I had gotten away, that I wanted to put the whole thing behind me and enjoy the rest of my trip. For the rest of my time in the city, I avoided the Central Park entirely, sticking to busy streets and well-marked tourist areas where there were always crowds and witnesses. I joined walking tours and visited museums with other travelers, finding safety in numbers and structured activities. The city was beautiful and full of history, with architecture that spoke of centuries of human achievement and culture. But I couldn't shake the memory of those fingers around my wrist, the feeling of being trapped and vulnerable in a place that should have been safe. Every man who approached me to ask for directions, to offer help, to make casual conversation, was viewed with suspicion and fear. I found myself analyzing their body language, their tone of voice, their proximity to me, looking for signs of predatory intent in every interaction. On my last day, I was having coffee at a sidewalk cafe near my hostel, watching the morning crowd of commuters and early tourists, when my phone rang. The number looked familiar, but I couldn't place it immediately. Something about the sequence of digits triggered a memory, but I let it go to voicemail rather than answer. The message was in German, but I recognized the voice immediately. It was him, the man from the park. He had somehow gotten my real number, despite the fake digits I had given him, perhaps through some kind of reverse lookup or social media stalking, that I couldn't begin to understand. His voice was friendly and casual, as if we were old friends catching up, asking how I was enjoying the city, and whether I wanted to meet for dinner before I left. The normalcy of his tone was somehow more frightening than if he had been threatening or angry. It suggested a complete disconnect from reality, an inability to understand that our encounter had been traumatic rather than romantic. I deleted the message without listening to the whole thing, and blocked the number, my hands shaking as I navigated the phone settings. Then I finished my coffee quickly and went back to pack my bags, suddenly eager to leave the city that had shown me both its beauty and its dangers. The flight home left that evening, and I spent the taxi ride to the airport, looking out the back window, making sure no one was following us through the evening traffic. The city disappeared behind me, its lights twinkling in the gathering darkness, but the feeling of those fingers around my wrist lingered long after I was safely back in my own country. Even now, months later, I can still feel the pressure of his grip when I'm startled or afraid, a phantom sensation that reminds me how quickly a pleasant afternoon can turn into a nightmare, how predators can hide behind helpful smiles and friendly offers of assistance. The city itself was beautiful, full of history and culture and human achievement, but it will always be colored by that encounter in the park, by the knowledge that danger can approach wearing the mask of kindness. The three-wheeled taxi driver looked barely 25, his weathered hands speaking of rice paddies and construction sites, his smile hesitant and never quite reaching his eyes. I settled into the passenger seat, feeling worn vinyl beneath me, and explained my destination in careful English, the morning market in Ban Nong Khai, where vendors would be arranging mangoes in morning glory, where the air would smell of fresh noodles and incense from the temple. He nodded and gestured toward the road with casual familiarity. as if he'd made this journey countless times. The engine coughed to life with a mechanical wheeze, and we pulled away from the small guest house where I'd spent the night listening to geckos chirp through bamboo walls. Paved roads stretched ahead, bordered by flooded rice fields that reflected the morning sky like shattered mirrors, and traditional stilt houses with corrugated roofing that caught the early sunlight. Children appeared in doorways, faces bright with curiosity, and I returned their waves with the automatic friendliness of a traveler grateful for human connection. The landscape rolled past in gentle rhythm, water buffalo standing knee-deep in muddy fields, women in conical hats bent over rice chutes, occasional motorcycles loaded with impossible quantities of goods. The air smelled of earth and growing things, tinged with the faint sweetness of frangipani flowers blooming wild along the roadside. 15 minutes into the journey, the driver glanced back while navigating a curve, his eyes meeting mine in the small mirror mounted on his handlebars. "Market very crowded," he said in careful English. "Too busy for tourists." His tone suggested an alternative, a place in the forest where his friends gathered, somewhere more authentic, away from the commercial bustle tourists usually sought. The road ahead divided like a river fork. One path continued straight toward what appeared to be the main settlement, where I could see building tops and smoke from cooking fires. The other curved left into thicker vegetation, disappearing into green shadows that seemed to swallow light. I repeated my original destination clearly, enunciating each word. Ban Nong Khai Market was where I needed to go, where I'd planned to spend the morning exploring and photographing local life. His expression shifted subtly, the friendly mask slipping just enough to reveal something harder underneath. "Jungle place better," he insisted with growing conviction. "More real. Tourist never find such place." The way he said tourist carried subtle contempt, as if I were a category of person rather than an individual. His English was better than he'd initially let on. The careful broken speech had been an act. I emphasized that I'd paid for transport to Ban Nong Khai specifically, that our agreement was clear and non-negotiable. He accelerated instead of responding, the engine pitch rising as we gained speed. At the fork, he turned left toward the forest without hesitation, without even slowing to consider the choice. "Stop," I demanded. "Turn around now." "No wrong way," he claimed with the patient condescension of someone explaining something obvious to a child. "Only better way, you will like." When I leaned forward to tap his shoulder and insist he halt, he reached back and seized my wrist with surprising speed. His grip was firm enough to prevent me from pulling away, fingers wrapping around my arm like a manacle. The casual friendliness had vanished completely, replaced by something cold and calculating. "My friends find you interesting," he said, his words carrying implications that made my stomach clench with fear. The road had deteriorated to a dirt track rutted with tire marks and scattered with stones. Dense trees crowded both sides, the canopy so thick that the filtered light was green and submarine. No other structures or vehicles remained visible. We'd entered a world apart from civilization, where normal rules might not apply. But I wasn't going quietly into whatever he had planned. I searched the small passenger area with desperate efficiency. My travel pack rested beside my feet, and I remembered the umbrella I'd purchased yesterday. When monsoon clouds threatened, a simple black umbrella with a sturdy wooden handle that had seemed like a practical precaution. I extracted the umbrella and tested its weight. When the driver turned to speak again, perhaps to offer more false reassurances, I struck his temple with the handle, putting all my fear and anger behind the blow. The impact caused him to cry out in surprise and pain. The vehicle lurched toward the trees, tires sliding on loose dirt, and he had to grip the steering wheel with both hands to prevent us from crashing into the jungle. I struck his shoulder with a second blow, the umbrella making a solid thunk against his body. "Stop now," I shouted with an authority I didn't know I possessed. The taxi bounced violently over a pothole, throwing me against the seat back. The driver cursed in what sounded like Lao, his friendly tourist guide act completely abandoned, but he was slowing down, perhaps recognizing his plan had gone wrong. Okay, he agreed quickly, applying the brakes until we halted in a cloud of dust that settled slowly in the humid air. I take you to market, no problem. Get out, I said firmly. I'm walking from here. His eyes widened with what might have been genuine surprise. Walk is very far, very hot. I don't care out night. I don't care out. Out my bit may be one. I retrieved my pack and climbed out, my legs shaky with adrenaline. The driver remained seated for several moments, studying me with an unreadable expression that might have been calculation or resignation. Then he shifted into reverse and backed down the track until the forest concealed him, leaving me alone with the sound of his engine fading into the distance. I stood on the dirt path, surrounded by dense vegetation that pressed in from all sides. The silence felt absolute except for bird calls that sounded alien, and the rustling of leaves in the humid breeze. I had no sense of distance to the village, or which direction would lead to safety. Only the track beneath my feet and hope it would eventually connect to the main road. But I also felt something else, a fierce satisfaction that I'd fought back, that I'd refused to be another victim story, whispered in guest house common rooms. I decided to follow the track in reverse, retracing our route step by step. The sun hung directly overhead like a white-hot coin, and humidity made my clothing cling with uncomfortable persistence. Sweat ran down my back and gathered at my collar. I rationed sips from my water bottle, unsure how long the walk would take. The jungle pressed close on both sides, alive with sounds I couldn't identify. Insects buzzed and clicked. Something large crashed through the underbrush in the distance, and occasionally I heard what might have been monkeys chattering in the canopy. Every shadow could hide a snake. Every rustling leaf might signal something dangerous. But I kept walking, the umbrella gripped firmly in my hand like a talisman. After an hour, my feet beginning to blister and shoes not designed for hiking, I reached the paved road and recognized landmarks from our earlier journey. A distinctive banyan tree with aerial roots like curtains, a small spirit house painted bright red, the curve where the driver had first suggested his alternative destination. The walk to Ban Nong Khai required 3 hours of steady trudging along the roadside, dodging occasional motorcycles and trucks that roared past in clouds of dust and exhaust. My feet developed painful blisters, and I emptied my water bottle completely, my mouth growing dry and sticky. When I finally reached the market square, the sun was past its zenith, and vendors were beginning to pack up their goods. I purchased a cold Pepsi from a woman with kind eyes, and found shade under a massive tamarind tree to rest and collect myself. The familiar sounds of commerce, haggling voices, motorbike engines, children playing, felt like a symphony after the jungle's ominous silence. A woman selling dragon fruit noticed my conditioned, disheveled appearance, obvious exhaustion, and inquired about my welfare in a mixture of English and law. I attempted to explain the situation, though my limited language skills made communication difficult and frustrating. She seemed to grasp enough to appear concerned, her expression growing serious as she understood what had happened. She shook her head when I mentioned the taxi driver, her disapproval clear. "Some good men," she explained in careful English, "honest workers trying to feed family. Others?" She grimaced and made a gesture that suggested she'd heard similar stories before. "Bad men take tourists to jungle," she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Friends waiting there. Take everything. Sometimes tourists never come back." The words sent ice through my veins. I'd been right to fight, right to run. Whatever had been waiting in that jungle clearing, it wasn't anything I wanted to discover. I spent the remainder of the day exploring the village center, visiting the Wat with its golden Buddha, and browsing market stalls where vendors sold everything from fresh vegetables to hand-woven textiles. Several people approached offering transportation services, but I declined each invitation politely but firmly. Word had spread about my encounter, and I caught curious glances and whispered conversations that stopped when I looked in their direction. One man grinned and identified me as the Farang, who struck the taxi driver with an umbrella. Driver came back very angry, he reported with obvious amusement, nursing bruised head and wounded pride. Another driver offered to transport me back to my guest house at half the usual rate, claiming to be honest unlike his cousin. A relationship that made me wonder about the local network of drivers and their various reputations. I thanked him but chose to walk instead, despite my blistered feet in the late afternoon heat. The guest house was only 5 kilometers distant, and I preferred to remain on the main road where other travelers and local residents could observe me, where safety lay in visibility and witnesses. That evening, as I soaked my feet in cool water and reflected on the day's events, I asked the guest house owner about safer transportation alternatives. She recommended a Songthorpe service that operated twice daily to the nearest city, a more reliable option than depending on individual drivers with unknown motivations. Some taxi driver, good family man, she explained with the weary wisdom of someone who dealt with tourists for years. But others, young man, no steady work, no money. When they see tourist alone, especially woman, they see opportunity, not person. She paused, studying my face in the lamplight. You very lucky today. Very smart to fight. Many tourists too scared, too polite. They go to jungle. Bad things happen. I took the song foul the following morning, joining a crowd of local commuters and market vendors heading to the city. Through the window, I watched the same countryside roll past. Rice fields and stilt houses I'd seen from the taxi, but now they appeared peaceful rather than threatening, pastoral rather than ominous. The driver was an older man with gray hair and gentle eyes, who spoke no English, but he smiled when I showed my ticket and indicated an empty seat near the front where I could see the road ahead. Upon reaching the city, he assisted with my backpack and pointed toward the train station with the helpful gesture of someone accustomed to guiding confused travelers. I never traveled alone in a 3-wheeled taxi again. For the remainder of my journey through the region, I relied on buses, trains, and shared transportation arranged through hostels and guest houses. The umbrella remained in my pack, a reminder of the morning when it had served as more than protection from rain. But more than that, it reminded me of the moment I'd chosen to fight rather than submit to someone else's dangerous plans. The moment I'd refused to be a victim. Months later, back home, I would read news reports about tourists who disappeared in that region. Their bodies found weeks later in jungle clearings, victims of robbery gone wrong. I would think about that dirt track, that fork in the road, that moment when I'd had to choose between compliance and resistance. The umbrella sits in my closet now, the black fabric faded, but the wooden handle still solid. Sometimes I take it out and remember its weight in my hands, the sound it made when it connected with the driver's head, the sound that marked the moment I saved my own life. Travel changes you in ways you never expect. Sometimes it teaches you about art and culture and the beauty of human diversity. Sometimes it teaches you about the darkness that exists in the world and the strength you never knew you had to fight it. Both lessons are valuable. Both are true. And sometimes, if you're very lucky and very smart, you get to come home with both. My mother had been traveling for 2 months when she reached the border with nothing but a plane ticket to the western capital, and the clothes in her backpack, worn thin from weeks of constant use and washing in hostile sinks. The money had run out 3 days earlier in the mountain city, where she had miscalculated the exchange rate and found herself suddenly destitute in a place where she knew no one and spoke only fragments of the local language. She had been surviving on bread from bakeries that gave away day-old loaves and water from public fountains, her stomach constantly aching with hunger and her pride wounded by the necessity of accepting charity. The year was 1973, and she was 22 years old, traveling alone across a continent where women were expected to stay close to home and family. Her parents had been horrified when she announced her intention to spend the summer backpacking through foreign countries, but she had saved every penny from her job at the university library and bought a plane ticket with money that was supposed to go toward her final year of college. She stood at the edge of the highway with her thumb out, watching cars speed past without slowing, their occupants barely glancing at the young woman with the heavy backpack and the desperate expression. The sun was setting behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. She knew that hitchhiking would become more dangerous after dark, when the legitimate travelers gave way to those with less honorable intentions. Her feet ached in boots that had walked hundreds of miles across cobblestone streets and mountain paths. Her hair, unwashed for 3 days, hung limp around her shoulders. and she could smell her own body odor despite her attempts to stay clean in public restrooms and youth hostels. She had never felt more vulnerable or alone, standing on that stretch of highway with darkness approaching and no backup plan if no one stopped. A van pulled over with a wheeze of brakes, and a cloud of exhaust, painted with peace signs and flowers in the psychedelic style that marked it as belonging to the counterculture movement, sweeping across the continent. The driver was young, maybe 25, with long hair that reached his shoulders and wire-rimmed glasses that caught the last rays of sunlight. 2 other passengers sat in the front seats, a man and a woman about the same age, all of them wearing the casual clothes and relaxed expressions of people who had rejected conventional society in favor of something more authentic and free. The driver asked where she was going in English, his accent suggesting he was from one of the northern countries where English was commonly spoken as a second language. She explained she needed to reach the western capital, or anywhere toward the border, her voice hoarse from thirst and exhaustion. He mentioned they were going to the northern city, and asked if that was close enough, consulting a hand-drawn map that was spread across the dashboard. She agreed it would be perfect, relief flooding through her at the prospect of not spending the night on the roadside. She climbed into the back of the van, which smelled like incense and cigarettes and something else, marijuana, though she was too naive at the time to recognize the sweet herbal scent. The interior was decorated with Indian tapestries and cushions, creating a mobile living room that spoke of people who had chosen freedom over security. The passengers introduced themselves as students from the northern port city, returning from a music festival in the southern region where they had spent a week listening to folk singers and rock bands, sleeping in tents and living on bread and wine, and the camaraderie of shared ideals. They offered her water from a plastic jug and shared their bread and cheese, simple food that tasted like a feast to someone who had been surviving on scraps. The woman observed that she looked tired and asked how long she had been traveling, her voice carrying the concern of someone who understood the challenges of life on the road. She explained it had been 2 months, and that this was her last stretch home, though she didn't mention that she was nearly out of money, and had no idea how she would eat once she reached the western capital. They drove through the night, taking turns at the wheel and playing acoustic guitar songs that spoke of peace and love, and the possibility of a better world. My mother dozed fitfully in the back, grateful for the ride but aware that she was completely dependent on the kindness of strangers, that her safety and survival hung on the goodwill of people she had known for only a few hours. The van's engine labored as they climbed mountain passes and coasted down into valleys, where small villages glowed with warm yellow light. She watched the landscape roll past through windows that were cracked and patched with tape, thinking about how far she had come from the suburban house where she had grown up, where her biggest worry had been whether she would pass her chemistry exam or whether the boys she liked would ask her to the spring dance. When they reached the northern city as dawn was breaking over the industrial skyline, the students dropped her at a truck stop near the highway, a concrete plaza surrounded by diesel pumps and restaurants that catered to long-haul drivers. The driver wished her good luck and advised her to be careful hitchhiking alone, his words carrying the weight of someone who had seen enough of the world to know its dangers. She waited for an hour in the truck stop's restaurant, nursing a cup of coffee she could barely afford, and watching the drivers come and go, men with weathered faces and tired eyes, who looked at her with expressions ranging from indifference to something more predatory. Finally, a truck driver offered her a ride, approaching her table with the careful politeness of someone who understood that his size and gender might be intimidating. He was older, maybe 50, with graying hair and calloused hands that spoke of years spent gripping a steering wheel and wrestling with heavy machinery. His truck was clean and well-maintained, painted in the colors of a shipping company she didn't recognize, and he spoke careful English with the precision of someone who had learned it as an adult. He mentioned he was going to the border city, and that from there she could easily take a train to the western capital. His route perfectly aligned with her needs in a way that seemed almost too good to be true. She agreed that would be perfect, though something in his manner, too helpful, too eager, made her slightly uneasy. The truck cab was high off the ground, and she had to climb up using metal steps that were slippery with morning dew. The driver helped her with her backpack, his hands lingering on her arm longer than necessary. then started the engine with a roar that vibrated through the entire vehicle. For the first hour, everything seemed normal and even pleasant. He asked polite questions about her travels, and shared stories about his own experiences driving across the continent, describing the changes he had witnessed over the years, as highways were built and borders became more porous. The highway was straight and well lit, and she could see other trucks and cars maintaining steady traffic, a reassuring flow of civilization that made her feel safe and connected to the larger world. The truck's cab was comfortable, with cushioned seats and a small refrigerator stocked with sandwiches and cold drinks. He offered her food and water, and she accepted gratefully, her hunger overriding her caution. The radio played soft music, and the steady rumble of the engine was almost hypnotic, lulling her into a sense of security that she would later recognize as dangerous complacency. Then he took an exit she didn't recognize, turning off the main highway onto a smaller road without explanation or warning. She asked where they were going, trying to keep her voice casual despite the flutter of alarm in her chest. He claimed it was a shortcut to avoid traffic around the border city, his tone reasonable and matter-of-fact. But the road he had chosen was narrow and dark, winding through farmland with no other vehicles in sight, and no signs indicating their destination. She checked her watch. It was past midnight, and they had been driving for 2 hours, far longer than the journey should have taken. She observed that this didn't look like the way to the border city, her voice carrying a note of concern that she tried to keep under control. He insisted she should trust him, and claimed he drove this route many times, that he knew all the shortcuts and back roads that could save hours of travel time. The truck slowed as they navigated a series of sharp curves that seemed to lead deeper into the countryside, rather than toward any major population center. Through the windshield, she could see only darkness punctuated by the occasional farmhouse with no lights in the windows, isolated structures that looked abandoned or asleep. She suggested they should go back to the main highway, that she was worried about getting lost or delayed. He claimed there was no need, and that they were almost there, but his voice had taken on an edge of impatience that hadn't been there before. But they weren't almost anywhere that she could see. The road seemed to be leading deeper into the countryside, away from any major city or transportation hub. She realized with growing alarm that she had no idea where they were or how to get back to the highway on her own, that she was completely at the mercy of this man, whose intentions were becoming increasingly unclear. The isolation was complete and terrifying. No other vehicles, no houses with lights, no signs of human habitation except for the occasional barn or silo, silhouetted against the star-filled sky. If something happened to her here, she thought, no one would find her for days or weeks. Her parents didn't even know exactly where she was. Having received only sporadic postcards from major cities along her route, she announced suddenly that she needed to tell him something, her voice cutting through the tension that had been building in the cab. He asked what, his tone sharp with suspicion. She explained that she was sick and had caught something in the mountain city, pausing to let the implications sink in. She tried to make her voice sound embarrassed and ashamed, as she mentioned it was a sexually transmitted disease, the kind of thing that would make any potential attacker reconsider his plans. The driver glanced at her with new interest, his expression shifting from predatory to wary. She claimed it was a severe case of herpes with open sores all over her genitals that were very painful and highly contagious, describing symptoms that were both disgusting and medically plausible. She touched her stomach and explained that the doctor had said she shouldn't have any physical contact with anyone for at least 2 weeks, that even casual contact could spread the infection. He asked about the sores, his voice carrying a mixture of disgust and concern. She confirmed they were bleeding and infected, very disgusting and painful. She explained she was going home to see a specialist, and made a face of genuine discomfort, claiming she could barely sit down because the pain was terrible. The performance was convincing, because it drew on real experiences of illness and discomfort from her travels, times when she had been genuinely sick and vulnerable. The driver was quiet for several minutes, and she could see him thinking, weighing whatever he had planned against the risk of infection and the complications that would arise from assaulting someone with a contagious disease. He asked if this was a serious disease, his voice now carrying genuine concern rather than predatory interest. She emphasized it was very serious and highly contagious, explaining that even touching the same surfaces could spread it, that it was the kind of thing that could ruin a person's life and relationships. He stated that she should have told him before getting in his truck, his tone accusatory but also relieved, as if her revelation had solved a problem he hadn't known how to handle. She claimed she had been embarrassed but thought he should know, in case he was planning something. She let the sentence trail off meaningfully, making it clear that she understood his intentions without directly accusing him. The truck began to slow down, and through the windshield, she could see the lights of the main highway in the distance like a beacon of safety and civilization. The driver announced he would take her back to the highway and suggested it would be better for her to find a ride to a hospital, his voice now helpful and concerned rather than threatening. She thanked him and said she appreciated his understanding. Playing the role of the grateful but sick passenger, he turned the truck around at the next intersection and drove back toward the main road, the journey passing in silence, as both of them processed what had just happened. When they reached the highway, he pulled over at the first rest stop, a brightly lit plaza that looked like paradise after the dark country roads. He told her she could find another ride there, his voice carefully neutral. She thanked him for the ride, maintaining the fiction that he had been trying to help her rather than harm her. She climbed down from the truck cab and shouldered her backpack, her legs shaky with relief and residual fear. The driver pulled away immediately, his taillights disappearing into the stream of highway traffic, as if he couldn't get away from her fast enough. She stood at the rest stop for a moment, breathing the cool night air and watching the steady flow of vehicles, each one representing safety and the possibility of legitimate help. A few other hitchhikers were waiting near the entrance, and she joined them under the fluorescent lights that seemed impossibly bright and welcoming after the darkness of the country roads. A family in a station wagon picked her up 20 minutes later, their kindness and normalcy a stark contrast to the truck driver's predatory behavior. The father spoke broken English and explained that they were driving to the western capital for a wedding, their car filled with the cheerful chaos of family life, children's toys, snacks, a thermos of coffee that the mother offered to share. His wife offered her sandwiches and coffee from a thermos, and their 2 children slept in the back seat, their innocent presence a reminder that most people in the world were good and decent, that the truck driver had been an aberration rather than the norm. They dropped her at the central station, just as the sun was rising over the city, painting the buildings in shades of gold and pink that seemed to promise new beginnings and safe arrivals. She bought a metro ticket with her last few coins and rode to the international airport, where her flight home was scheduled to depart that afternoon. The airport was a marvel of modern efficiency and security, with uniformed guards and bright lights, and the constant flow of legitimate travelers going about their business. She had never been so grateful for bureaucracy and official procedures, for the safety that came with being part of a system, rather than dependent on the whims of individuals. She never told anyone about the truck driver or the lie that had saved her until I was in my 20s, when the story had become just another adventure from her youth, rather than a trauma that could have destroyed her life. By then, the story had become just another example of the quick thinking that had carried her safely through 2 months of solo travel across the continent, a testament to her resourcefulness rather than a reminder of her vulnerability. But sometimes, when I'm traveling alone and a stranger offers help that feels too convenient, I remember her story about the fictional disease and the very real danger it helped her escape. The best lies, she had taught me, are the ones that protect you from the worst truths, the ones that turn your vulnerability into a weapon and your weakness into strength. The lesson she passed down to me was not just about the specific tactics she had used, but about the importance of trusting your instincts when something feels wrong, of being willing to do whatever it takes to protect yourself, even if it means lying or being rude or hurting someone's feelings. In a world where women are taught to be polite and accommodating, sometimes survival requires the courage to be neither. The hostel clerk's pen carved 3 red circles into my map, with surgical precision. "Stay on main streets," she warned, her weathered fingers tapping the paper twice. Her eyes held stories she wouldn't tell. Too many conversations like this, too many warnings ignored. I pocketed the map and stepped into the afternoon heat that rose from concrete like breath from a fever dream. Vendors hawked empanadas through the traffic noise, while air conditioners hummed their mechanical prayers against the sun. The city sprawled before me, vast and hungry. 20 minutes of walking brought sweat to my collar, and a stranger to my path. He emerged from the subway entrance with confident strides, cutting through the pedestrian flow like he owned the sidewalk. "Disculpe," he said, then switched to English when confusion crossed my face. "You're not from here." I confirmed I was visiting, studying his face for the predator signs the clerk had described. His smile brightened with practiced warmth. "Tourist, too," he claimed, gesturing at street signs with their foreign names. "This city so big, so confusing." His laugh invited me to share some private joke. I examined him carefully. 30-ish, clean button-down suggesting middle-class respectability. Well-used backpack that looked authentic rather than staged. His Spanish had sounded natural, but I couldn't distinguish accents. He could be local, performing for my benefit. "Where are you headed?" he asked. "I have 3 days to see everything." His laugh came again. "Two tourists better than one, no?" The hostel clerk's warning echoed like distant thunder, but this man seemed harmless. No money requests, no sales pitches, no uncomfortable hovering. I thought about the long afternoon ahead, walking alone, consulting my map every block, missing details only a companion might notice. I agreed and introduced myself as David. "Carlos," he replied, shaking my hand with dry warmth. "I know a good direction. North toward the upscale district." We walked past bookstores with unreadable titles and cafes where well-dressed locals watched the world pass. Carlos pointed out architectural details I'd have missed. Wrought iron balconies with intricate scrollwork, buildings that curved around corners like ships navigating harbors. His questions about my travels felt genuine, born of curiosity rather than calculation. The conversation flowed easily. Carlos had opinions about everything. Nightlife neighborhoods, worthwhile museums, his home country's politics. He seemed educated, well-traveled, the kind of person you'd meet at a hostel bar and talk to until dawn. My initial wariness faded with each block. After an hour, he stopped and patted his stomach theatrically. "Hungry," he announced. I realized I hadn't eaten since the hostel breakfast. Toast and instant coffee that seemed like a distant memory. The hollow feeling in my stomach suddenly demanded attention. "I know a place," Carlos said, his eyes lighting with the enthusiasm of someone sharing a treasured secret. "Excellent steaks." He led me down a side street lined with jacaranda trees, purple blossoms carpeting the sidewalk. The restaurant had white tablecloths and a chalkboard menu in elegant script. The middle-aged waiter seated us by the window where we could watch street life unfold. Carlos studied the wine list with scholarly concentration. "You must try the local wine," he insisted. "Famous here, you'd miss an essential cultural experience without it." "I don't really drink wine," I said. "Usually gives me headaches." "Just one glass for the experience." He waved away my concerns with the confidence of someone who knew better. He ordered in rapid Spanish, words flowing too quickly to follow. The waiter brought a bottle with an unfamiliar label and 2 glasses that caught the afternoon light. The wine tasted bitter, sharp on my tongue, but Carlos kept refilling my glass while talking about his job, his family, his travel plans. His stories were engaging, full of colorful details and self-deprecating humor. The steak arrived perfectly cooked, pink and seasoned with unidentifiable herbs. I found myself relaxing into the meal, the wine warming my chest and loosening my tongue. The restaurant felt safe, families and business people enjoying afternoon meals. When the check came, Carlos pulled out local currency, counting bills with a slight frown. The total exceeded his available cash by a significant margin. "I'll pay my half," I offered, reaching for my wallet automatically. "Just pay the difference," he insisted with a magnanimous gesture. "You can buy drinks later to make up for it." We left the restaurant and walked toward the historic district, the wine making me slightly dizzy but not unpleasantly so. Fresh air helped clear my head, and Carlos suggested finding a place with outdoor seating to continue our conversation. The establishment he chose had metal tables under a green awning, surfaces worn smooth by countless elbows and glasses. Carlos ordered a large beer without asking what I wanted, taking charge with easy confidence. The glass was cold against my palm, beaded with condensation, the beer clean and crisp. We talked about travel stories, places we wanted to see, differences between our countries. The conversation meandered pleasantly through politics, food, fellow travelers' peculiar habits. The waitress brought a second round before we'd finished the first, her timing impeccable. I tried to slow down, aware I was drinking more than usual, but Carlos kept toasting to new friendships, to travel, to the country that brought us together. The afternoon sun felt warm on my face, street noise creating a pleasant background hum that made everything seem softer and more forgiving. Good for two travelers to share stories. Carlos raised his glass, his smile genuine and infectious. I agreed, though something felt slightly off, a discordant note in an otherwise harmonious afternoon. The beer was stronger than expected, or maybe mixing badly with the wine. My thoughts felt sluggish, moving through thick liquid. "You look tired," Carlos observed, his voice carrying genuine concern. "A little," I admitted, "the heat and walking." "Probably the altitude," he nodded sagely. "Or excitement of travel." He finished his beer in one long swallow. "I know another place we should visit. Real taste of local culture." I stood, and the world tilted. The ground seemed to shift beneath my feet. Carlos steadied my arm with a firm grip. "Beer is strong here," he commented. Visitors often underestimate its potency, but something had changed in his eyes. The warmth was still there, but underneath lurked something colder, more calculating. The helpful tourist was becoming something else entirely. We left the establishment, Carlos guiding me down quieter streets, where buildings looked older, facades marked by peeling paint and iron gates. Speaking of better days, I tried to remember the route back to my hostel, but the streets all looked similar now, names blurring in my wine-fogged memory. "Where are we going?" I asked, uncertainty creeping into my voice. "A place my friend told me about," he said, very authentic, off the beaten tourist path. My vision felt blurred, trouble focusing on Carlos's face. The wine and beer shouldn't have affected me this much. I'd eaten a full meal, paced myself reasonably. Cold fear touched my spine as I realized something was wrong. "I should return to my hostel," I said. "I'm feeling unwell." "Just one more place," he insisted. "Very close. You'll regret missing it." His grip on my arm tightened, no longer supportive but controlling. The helpful tourist mask had slipped completely now, revealing the predator underneath. But I wasn't going quietly. "No," I said firmly, stopping in the middle of the street. "I'm going back now." Carlos's expression hardened. "Come on," he said, pulling harder. "Don't be difficult." The drug, whatever he'd slipped into my drink, was making the world swim, but anger cut through the haze like a blade. I'd been warned. I'd ignored the warning. But I wasn't going to be another victim story. I yanked my arm free with sudden violence. Stumbling backward, "Help!" I shouted in English, then tried Spanish. "Socorro!" Carlos lunged forward, trying to grab me again, but I was already moving. The drug made me clumsy, but desperation made me fast. I ran toward the main street, my legs unsteady but carrying me forward through sheer will. Behind me, Carlos cursed in Spanish, his friendly tourist act completely abandoned. I could hear his footsteps pursuing, but I had a head start and the advantage of panic-fueled adrenaline. I burst onto the main avenue, nearly colliding with a woman carrying shopping bags. She looked at me with alarm, disheveled, wild-eyed, clearly in distress. I tried to explain in broken Spanish, pointing back toward the side street, but the words came out slurred and confused. She seemed to understand enough. She guided me to a nearby shop, speaking rapidly to the owner in Spanish. They sat me down, brought me water, and someone called the police. Carlos never appeared on the main street. He'd melted back into the city's shadows, probably already scouting his next victim. The police arrived 20 minutes later, 2 officers who spoke limited English but understood the situation immediately. This happens often, one explained wearily. Tourist meets friendly local, gets drugged, loses everything. You were smart to run. They took me to the station for a report, though they warned that without knowing exactly where the crime occurred, there was little they could do. The bureaucracy was labyrinthine, forms in triplicate, statements that would disappear into filing cabinets. At the hospital, a kind doctor who spoke English examined me with professional detachment. Sedative, he confirmed, probably slipped into your drink at the restaurant. Effects will wear off in 24 hours, but you'll remember this much longer. Very common here, he added. Tourists are easy targets, trusting unfamiliar with customs, carrying more cash than locals. Back at the hostel, the clerk looked at me with weary recognition. You went with a stranger, she said. It wasn't a question. He seemed like a tourist, I explained. From a neighboring country, so genuine, so trustworthy. She shook her head with resignation. Not a tourist. This is his job, his profession. You're lucky sometimes they take everything, even passports. I checked my pockets with shaking hands. Wallet still there, but the debit card gone, plucked with surgical precision. Music player missing from my belt. Phone and guidebook vanished. They'd been selective, taking what they could easily convert to cash. I stayed in the city 2 more weeks, but everything changed. I joined group tours, stayed in well-lit areas, never accepted invitations from strangers. The city was beautiful, full of art and music and incredible food, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, that predators lurked behind every friendly smile. On my last day, having coffee near the hostel, I saw him. Carlos sat at a table across the street talking to a young woman with a backpack. He gestured enthusiastically, pointing at a map with the same practiced charm he'd used on me. She smiled and nodded, her face bright with the trust I'd once felt. They stood together and walked toward the subway entrance, her steps light with anticipation. I finished my coffee and went to pack. The flight left that evening, and I'd learned everything I needed about trusting strangers in foreign cities. The lesson had cost more than money. It had cost the easy faith that makes travel possible, the belief that most people are fundamentally good, but I'd also learned something else. When the moment came, when the mask slipped and the predator revealed himself, I'd fought back. I'd refused to be another victim's story, whispered in hostile common rooms. The scar on my palm from where I'd scraped it during my escape would fade. The memory of Carlos's face when his plan fell apart, that would last forever. Sometimes the best travel stories are the ones where you save yourself. That night, 30,000 feet above the city, I pressed my face to the airplane window and watched the light shrink below. Somewhere down there, Carlos was probably buying drinks for another trusting tourist, spinning the same stories, preparing the same trap. But not for me. Never again for me. The city had taught me its most valuable lesson. Trust, but verify. Be open, but be ready. And when someone shows you who they really are, believe them the first time. The village had no name on any map I could find, existing in that liminal space between official recognition and lived reality. We had discovered it 3 days earlier when our bus broke down on a mountain road, the engine giving up with a final wheeze that left us stranded among peaks that seemed to scrape the belly of the sky. The driver, a weathered man with kind eyes, pointed toward a dirt track leading into the forest and explained in broken English that there was a village where we could wait, where people would help us. The place felt like a pocket of time that had been forgotten by the modern world, preserved in amber like some prehistoric insect. Stone houses with wooden shutters painted in faded blues and greens lined narrow streets that had been worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Gardens overflowed with vegetables and fruit trees heavy with apples and pears, their branches drooping under the weight of the harvest. An old woman who spoke Russian with the careful precision of someone who had learned it as a second language invited us to stay in her spare room. a small space with thick walls that kept the mountain cold at bay. We helped her tend her chickens, learning the rhythm of rural life, the early morning feeding, the careful collection of eggs still warm from the nest, the evening ritual of securing the coop against foxes. We learned to make bread in her wood-fired oven, kneading dough that would rise overnight and emerge golden and crusty in the morning. The work was simple but satisfying, connecting us to something fundamental about human survival and community. But our visas were expiring with the relentless march of bureaucratic time, and we needed to get back to Yerevan to catch our flight home. The old woman's neighbor, a man with calloused hands and a face mapped by years of mountain weather, offered to drive us to the highway where we could catch a bus or hitchhike to the capital. He assured us it would be very easy, gesturing toward the main road with the confidence of someone who had made this journey countless times. Many cars traveled to Yerevan, he explained, especially in the morning when workers and merchants headed to the city. He dropped us at a junction where a smaller road met the main highway. The asphalt cracked and patched, but still serviceable. Traffic was light, the occasional truck loaded with produce, a few cars with families heading to market. We stood by the roadside with our backpacks, feeling exposed and vulnerable in the vast landscape of rolling hills and distant peaks. The third car that passed pulled over when we held up our thumbs, its brakes squealing slightly as it came to a stop. Dust swirled around the vehicle, settling slowly in the still air. The driver was young, maybe 28, with dark hair and a clean-shaven face that suggested urban sophistication rather than rural simplicity. He leaned out the window and asked where we were going in Armenian, the words flowing with native fluency, then switched to Russian when we answered in that language. He confirmed he was going to Yerevan, but suggested we first come meet his mother, who made very good tea and would be delighted to meet foreign visitors. His smile was warm and inviting, the kind that made you want to trust him immediately. Anania looked at me and I shrugged with the casual acceptance that had served us well throughout our trip. We had been invited into homes throughout our journey, and the hospitality had always been genuine. Families sharing their meals, their stories, their pride in their homeland. We climbed into the back seat, settling our backpacks on the floor and buckling our seat belts with the automatic caution of experienced travelers. The driver talked constantly as we drove, asking about our travels, our countries, our families with the eager curiosity of someone hungry for news from the outside world. He seemed excited to practice his Russian and kept glancing at us in the rearview mirror, his eyes bright with interest. His enthusiasm felt excessive, almost manic, but I attributed it to the isolation of village life, the rare opportunity to speak with foreigners who might have stories from places he had only seen in photographs. The conversation meandered through topics, both mundane and profound. The weather, the harvest, the political situation in our respective countries, the universal challenges of young people trying to make their way in the world. He spoke of his dreams to travel, to see the cities we had visited, to experience the wider world beyond these mountains. After 30 minutes of driving through increasingly remote countryside, he turned off the highway onto a smaller road without warning or explanation. He explained it was a shortcut, and that his village was just ahead, his tone casual but somehow less convincing than before. The road was paved but narrow, winding through hills covered with scrub brush and scattered trees that cast long shadows in the afternoon light. I watched the highway disappear behind us, swallowed by distance and terrain, and felt the first flutter of unease settle in my stomach like a cold stone. Anaya asked how far it was to his village, her voice carrying a note of concern that matched my own growing anxiety. He claimed it was not far, only 10 minutes more, but his eyes in the mirror had changed somehow, becoming harder, more calculating. But 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. The road grew rougher with each mile, the pavement giving way to gravel and then to dirt, rutted with tire tracks and scattered with stones. We hadn't seen any houses or other vehicles, only the endless repetition of hills and valleys that seemed to stretch toward infinity. The driver was no longer talking, his earlier chattiness replaced by a focused silence that felt ominous. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white with tension, and he was driving faster than the road conditions warranted. the car bouncing and lurching over potholes and rocks. I suggested we should go back to the highway, that we were clearly lost or heading in the wrong direction. He insisted we were almost there, that his village was just over the next hill, but his voice had lost its earlier warmth and taken on an edge of irritation. Anya leaned forward and mentioned we needed to get to Yerevan that day because of our flight, that we couldn't afford to waste time on detours, no matter how well-intentioned. I said more firmly that he should stop the car, because we wanted to get out, that we would find our own way back to the highway and catch another ride. The driver's eyes met mine in the mirror, and I saw something there that made my blood run cold. A predatory calculation that had nothing to do with hospitality or kindness. He asked why we wanted to leave, claiming we were almost to his mother's house, that she would be disappointed if we didn't visit. I demanded he stop the car immediately, my voice rising with the first edge of real fear. Instead, he pressed harder on the accelerator, the engine whining in protest as we climbed another hill. The car lurched and swayed on the rough road, and I had to grip the door handle to keep from being thrown around. Andaya grabbed my arm, and I could feel her trembling, her fear matching my own. She pleaded that we just wanted to go back to the highway, that we didn't want any trouble, her voice small and frightened in the confines of the car. The driver laughed, but it didn't sound friendly anymore. It was harsh and predatory, the sound a wolf might make before attacking. He mentioned his uncle's house, claiming it was a big place where we could have fun, the word fun dripping with implications that made my skin crawl. The word hung in the air like a threat, poisoning the atmosphere in the car. I looked out the windows, trying to memorize landmarks that might help us find our way back. But everything looked the same. Rolling hills covered with scrub brush, scattered rocks, no signs of habitation or civilization. We were alone with this man, in a landscape that seemed designed for concealment and disposal. Ania suddenly announced she needed to use the bathroom, her voice cutting through the tension with desperate inspiration. The driver asked what she meant, his tone suspicious and annoyed. She explained she needed to stop to use the bathroom, that it was urgent and couldn't wait, her voice taking on the embarrassed tone of someone discussing bodily functions with a stranger. He claimed there was no bathroom in the area, that she would have to wait until they reached his uncle's house. She insisted she couldn't wait and asked him to please stop for just 1 minute, that she would go behind some bushes and be quick about it. The driver muttered something in Armenian that sounded like cursing, but he slowed down and pulled over at a wide spot in the road where the dirt had been packed down by previous vehicles. He specified she had only 1 minute, his voice carrying a warning that suggested consequences for taking longer. Anenia thanked him with exaggerated gratitude and opened her door to step out, moving with the careful deliberation of someone trying not to appear threatening. I followed her, grabbing both our backpacks from the floor with movements that I hoped seemed casual rather than calculated. The driver called after us, reminding us it was just 1 minute, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. We walked a few steps away from the car, pretending to look for privacy behind some bushes, while actually putting distance between ourselves and our captor. The afternoon air was thin and cold at this altitude, carrying the scent of wild herbs and the distant promise of snow. When we were out of his direct line of sight, Anaya whispered that we should run, her voice barely audible but urgent with desperation. We sprinted up the hillside, our backpacks bouncing against our backs with each step, the straps cutting into our shoulders as we climbed. Behind us, I heard the car door slam with violent force, and the driver shouting in Armenian, his voice echoing off the hills with rage and frustration. His footsteps pounded on the gravel road, then shifted to the softer sound of boots on grass and stone as he began to pursue us up the slope. Ania screamed for help in Russian, her voice carrying across the empty landscape with desperate hope that someone, somewhere, might hear and respond. We crested the hill, our lungs burning from the thin air and the exertion, and saw a small settlement in the valley below. Maybe 6 or 7 houses clustered around a dirt road like a handful of stones thrown by a giant. Smoke rose from one of the chimneys, a thin gray line against the blue sky that promised warmth and safety and human kindness. The driver was still chasing us, but he was out of breath and falling behind. his urban conditioning no match for the demands of mountain terrain. We ran down the hillside, stumbling over rocks and thorny bushes that tore at our clothes and skin, driven by the primal fear of prey fleeing a predator. We reached the first house, a stone structure with a red tile roof and a garden full of late-season vegetables. An elderly man was working among the plants, his movements slow and careful with age. When he saw us running and heard our shouts, he stood up with the deliberate motion of someone whose joints had been stiffened by decades of hard work. He called to his neighbors in Armenian, his voice carrying the authority of someone respected in the community. Within minutes, several people had emerged from their houses, men and women of various ages, all wearing the practical clothes of rural life, all united by concern for two strangers in obvious distress. Amacurity explained the situation in Russian, her words tumbling over each other in her haste to communicate the danger. She pointed back toward the hill where our pursuer had stopped, no longer visible, but still a threat lurking just beyond sight. The elderly man nodded grimly and spoke to the other villagers in Armenian, his tone suggesting that this was not the first time they had dealt with such a situation. Two of the men walked up the hill toward the road, their movements purposeful and determined. I could hear them shouting in Armenian, their voices carrying a warning that transcended language barriers. Then came the sound of a car engine starting, followed by the grinding of gears and the spray of gravel as the vehicle accelerated away from the scene. The engine noise grew fainter as the vehicle drove away, carrying our would-be captor back to whatever hole he had crawled out of, leaving us safe in the embrace of this small community that had rallied to protect two strangers. The elderly man announced in Russian that the driver was gone, and we were safe, his voice carrying the calm authority of someone who had seen enough of life to know when danger had passed. The villagers invited us into one of the houses, a warm space that smelled of bread and tea, and the indefinable comfort of home. They gave us tea in glasses held in metal holders, the liquid hot and sweet and restorative, and bread that was still warm from the oven. The woman of the house spoke some English and helped us understand what had happened, serving as translator between our limited Russian and their Armenian. She explained that the man was not good, and that he sometimes came through the area, preying on travelers who were far from help and witnesses. She mentioned they knew his car, had seen it before under similar circumstances, and that they had reported him to the authorities though nothing had come of it. I asked if he had done this before, though I already knew the answer from the grim expressions around the table. She confirmed he had with other tourists and that usually they did not escape. The words hung in the air like a death sentence, a reminder of how close we had come to joining the ranks of the disappeared. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the mountain air or the altitude. I thought about what might have happened if Anya hadn't thought of the bathroom excuse, or if we hadn't been able to outrun him, or if this village hadn't existed to provide sanctuary. The possibilities were too dark to contemplate fully, but they lurked at the edges of my consciousness like shadows at the edge of firelight. One of the villagers offered to drive us back to the highway in his truck, a battered vehicle that looked like it had been assembled from spare parts, but ran with the reliability of something maintained by necessity rather than choice. He was an older man with gray hair and kind eyes that had seen enough of the world to understand the value of helping strangers. His wife came along for the ride, a small woman with gentle hands who patted our shoulders and spoke softly in Armenian, her tone conveying comfort even though we couldn't understand the words. They waited with us at the highway junction until a bus to Yerevan arrived, a large vehicle painted in faded colors that wheezed to a stop in a cloud of diesel exhaust. The woman advised us to be careful as we boarded, reminding us that not all people were good people, that the world contained both kindness and cruelty in equal measure. The bus was crowded and hot, filled with the smell of unwashed bodies and diesel fumes, but I felt safer surrounded by families and workers heading home from their jobs. The other passengers looked at us with mild curiosity, two foreign backpackers with torn clothes and wild eyes, but their attention was benign, the normal interest of people encountering something unusual in their routine. Nadia sat beside me, staring out the window at the landscape we had just escaped, her face pale and drawn with the aftermath of fear. The hills rolled past, beautiful and serene in the afternoon light, giving no hint of the danger they had concealed. She observed quietly that we had been lucky, her voice barely audible over the rumble of the engine and the chatter of other passengers. I nodded, thinking about the moment when the driver had grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, when his friendly mask had slipped away completely to reveal the predator beneath. The memory of his eyes in the rearview mirror would stay with me long after we returned home, a reminder that evil could wear a pleasant face and speak in friendly tones. When we reached Yerevan, the city lights spread before us like a constellation fallen to earth. I called my parents from the airport. I told them about the beautiful village, the kind old woman who had housed us, the bread we had learned to make in her wood-fired oven. I described the mountains and the hospitality of the people, the simple pleasures of rural life, far from the complications of modern civilization. I didn't mention the driver or the chase through the hills, the moment when we had run for our lives across terrain that could have hidden our bodies forever. Some stories, I decided, were better left untold until much later, when the fear had faded enough to become just another travel experience, another lesson learned about the kindness and cruelty that could be found in equal measure on the roads of the world. But even as I spoke of beauty and kindness, I knew that the other story, the darker one, would always be there, lurking beneath the surface like a scar that never quite heals. It would change how I traveled, how I trusted, how I evaluated the smiles of strangers offering help. The price of survival, I realized, was not just the fear itself, but the way it colored everything that came after, casting shadows even in the brightest sunlight. This is a reminder to solo travelers everywhere. This happened to me. It was terrifying, and I'm lucky that nothing worse happened. I'm a heavily tattooed woman, and I often like to travel to get pieces. I'll make a whole trip of it. It's like collecting memories that you'll have forever. With that being said, I booked a trip from Vancouver, Canada to LA for a piece. I was going to be spending 4 days there with my girlfriend, but because my apartment was scheduled for all Friday, my girlfriend didn't want to miss a whole day of work while I'm in the studio all day. So we agreed that I would go Thursday night, get my tattoo Friday, and then meet up with her Friday night at our Airbnb. Unfortunately, I arrived at LAX around 11 p.m. It was dark. I was alone in a city that I had only been in once before, when I was 12. I followed the map that she wrote me to try and find the taxi area. Eventually, I walk up to a spot where I see 2 taxi drivers standing, and one of them asks me if I need a ride. I say yes, put my bag in the taxi, give him the address, and away we go. It takes about 2 seconds for this normal guy to get creepy. I can see him staring at me through the rearview mirror as he's asking me questions like, "What are you here for? Are you alone? Are you Russian? Are you sure you're not? I'd really like to take you out for some Russian food. You're really not Russian? I'd like to take you out." Nope, no thanks, and no I'm not. We get to the Airbnb and I say thanks, and I go to get out and he says, "I need to make sure that you get in safe." I said that's not necessary. He insists. It's past midnight by this point. No one's around. I'm in a quiet residential area and he's persistent. I walk up to the apartment door and there's a lockbox that I need to get the key from. This man was clearly hoping that it would not unlock the door, because as I'm typing the code into the unlock it, he's repeating the numbers back out loud. 9631. It opens, and I grab the keys inside and go, "All right, thanks, I'm good now." He says, "No, I need to make sure that you get all the way in." I'm panicking now. He follows me to the apartment door, which happens to be on the first floor, of course. Now he knows what unit I'm in. I open the door and slide in. I told him that my big buff boyfriend was waiting for me at this place. I'm gay. I am the big buff man. And he sees that no one else is in there. I say thanks and go to close the door. He puts his foot in the door so I can't close it and goes, "What? I don't get a hug?" I just wanted this man to leave, so I gave him a quick hug, pushed him away, and slammed the door. I slept with a knife by my bed and had to make sure that all the windows were locked. By the way, ladies, if a man is asking if you're Russian, what he's really asking is if you're a worker. I found that out later. I am so incredibly lucky that nothing else happened. I was really shaken up though, and I barely slept. I was on a work trip to Portsmouth, New Hampshire a couple years ago. The day I arrived, I asked the employees at the job site what's good there. What do I need to eat? Where are the bars at? I like to go out to dive bars and whatnot when I'm someplace new, and just kind of pretend like I lived there for a while. So I'm asking about downtown and music venues and all of that, and they tell me not to go downtown alone, because there's a serial killer that's killing men. I'm not a common serial killer demographic. I'm a stocky white dude with lots of visible tattoos. I wouldn't say that I'm intimidating, but there aren't that many places that I travel that I can't blend in to some degree. So I laugh it off and obviously go downtown alone immediately after work. So I'm wandering around, popping into bars for a drink at a time. In this small but promising downtown that feels old and kind of expensive, but also artsy in a New England coast town away. Long story short, I'm kind of bummed. Nothing's really going on, and I can't find a good patio to simultaneously drink and smoke on, which is my number one criteria for a pub always. So I'm about to call it a night, but I lean up against a wall outside of a bar to have a cigarette and decide if I want to go in or call it a night. And some dude walks out and lights one of his own and starts talking to me. Now at this point I've had a couple. Not a lot, but nobody I've spoken to really has a notion of anything cool happening that night, and a substantial part of me wants to see what this town has to offer and give it a go. So we start talking about punk and live music and what's going on, and he's super enthusiastic to show a traveler some spots. Of course, the whole time in the back of my mind are the comments about the serial killer. But whatever, he's smaller than me. I have a knife and a decent tolerance for alcohol, so it's worth the risk. He takes me to like 4 bars, a couple of which we have a drink at and feel out if it's worth hanging or not. The town's cool. He makes good conversation, but I'm definitely holding my drink as far away from him as I can. It's weird. I feel like I can only imagine women feel like every day, but I don't have a solid reason to break off the hang yet. And he's honestly putting forth a lot of effort to show me the spots, which is super cool and even more rare. So I don't want to crap all over it. But the whole night he keeps trying to get me to go to this one bar. I don't even remember the name, but it was high school themed. And he thought that that was really cool, which seriously unsettled me. Also, he kept asking me where I was staying, and I kept making up hotel names because it felt weird. But he kept calling me on it, until I finally said something about the Roundabout, which was the name of a hotel and diner right next door to mine. When he made this connection, he lit up, sort of, like with satisfaction of solving a puzzle. So we go to the high school bar. He'd been to all the other ones. There wasn't anything going on anywhere, and it was right there. They actually had a rad solo act playing covers that I loved. So we're hanging, and I'm still stiff-arming my drinks. And then I realize it's been way over the 2 hours that I put on my meter. I gotta move my car or leave. But the night is just now getting good. People are showing up and there's music that I know and love. The high school bar has legitimately been the best bar so far. It was weird. And dude tells me that I can park on the street where there's plenty of spots, since it's after whatever time it needed to be. Cool. I'll be right back, I say. But he's like, no, I'll come with you. And that's weird, but alright, whatever dude, let's go. So I tab out, and my bill is way more than it should be. And I realize that he's putting beers on my tab without asking. So I tell the bartender to move that stuff to his. And we have a weird moment, but it passes. And we leave to move my car and hit the next spot. So he watches me move my car. comments on the plates, since they didn't belong to the state that I told him I was from, and I told him it was a rental. We moved on to the karaoke bar. That's okay, where he tells me he's a high school janitor and that he'd invite me to sleep at his place, but it's just a small studio apartment. He asks for my phone number. I play it off and say that I appreciate the friendship for that night, but I don't give out my phone number like that. We smoke weed in an alley with a guy who looks like Sam Elliott from The Big Lebowski. It was weird, but all right. I go back to the hotel and go to sleep, feeling somewhat fulfilled in my experience in that town. The next morning, I go to the job site, and everything's fine for a while. And then my phone rings with a local area code, and it's the hotel. Apparently, the hotel caught fire, and I need to come collect my belongings since my room was in an affected area. Holy cow. That's weird. Okay, I'll be back in a bit, I guess. I get to the hotel and it's surreal. Half the building had sprinklers going off. It feels like a war zone almost. The smell of burnt carpet and everything is pervasive. Everyone's weirded out. Apparently it was arson. Started from outside of the building, 3 feet in front of where my car was parked that night before. Nothing caught on camera, but substantial damage to the building. I can't prove to you that I met a serial killer and that he burnt down my hotel as a vindictive act born of rejection, but I can tell you that dude had major Dahmer vibes, and my hotel was 100% set aflame. Also, the suspected victims look a lot like me. I don't know, maybe it's bullcrap, but man, was that a work trip. P.S. The hotel transferred me to the Roundabout Hotel, right next door. When I got there, they gave me a voucher for 10% off breakfast at the Roundabout Diner, conveniently located downstairs. At that diner, I had the best hot sauce I've ever had in my life. I bought a bottle there, and I've been hooked ever since. Hoff's wake-up call. It's got coffee in it. I got kidnapped in Bucharest, Romania within 5 minutes of arriving. I arrived around 5 a.m. in the morning, got off the train, was warned before I went not to use the ATMs in the train station, so I left to go find an ATM on the streets. As I stepped out, some guy came up and started talking to me in English, which was already kind of weird to begin with. As I kept walking, a taxi pulls up next to me, and I just felt the man's arms grab around my shoulders and throw me into the back of the taxi. He got in the front and the driver took off. They kept asking me questions like where I was from and what I was doing there. I told them that I was from China on an exchange. I'm actually from Canada, but Canadian passports are worth a lot apparently on the black market, and I tried to play it off like I was in a taxi and asked to be taken downtown. They were silent with me for the rest of the time, and we ended up at some random ATM. They dragged me out and made me take money out, before leaving me there and driving off with my cash, wallet, ATM card, and my bag. I ended up walking about an hour and a half to get to the downtown area. You can see the People's Palace from really far distance away, and it's very central. And it took another half hour to find my hostel. The people at the hostel were super nice and helped me get back on my feet. Let me stay for free and gave me some food before I could file a police report and get insurance to help cover my losses. Charles de Gaulle Airport, Paris, France, 2009. While waiting for my flight, I went to the men's room. I had to bring my bags and stuff with me as I was traveling alone. I was in there for not even a few minutes, using a urinal, when a flash mob of maybe 8 kids suddenly come in. They quickly descended on my bags. A few grabbed small shopping bags full of things I'd bought to give as gifts and ran. I quickly aborted my activity, zipped up and lunged for my bags. There were too many. and some escaped before I could do anything. One kid had gotten my laptop bag, but I grabbed the strap. As if well rehearsed, he spun around with a knife, cut the strap in one quick swoop, and started running. I didn't care that he had a knife. Dropping the strap fragment in my hand, I quickly grabbed at the bag while kicking the kid in the butt with my foot as hard as possibly could. The kid cried out in agony and ran off. I spun around and saw the other kid had a knife out separating the zipper for quick access to my larger luggage. I caught his eye, and his face contorted into this angry snarl as if he was possessed, and he started yelling some French obscenities at me. Two other kids jumped me from behind, trying to get my laptop bag. One was the kid that I'd kicked, and he had his knife out. I let out a furious rage of a yell, snarling at these kids, and quickly slipped off my belt to use as a whip on them. A man came into the restroom, looked at what was going on, looked at me, and started to turn. "La police, s'il vous plaît, monsieur," I shouted. He turned and looked at me again, frowned, then left. I had a feeling he wasn't going to get involved. I still had my laptop bag in hand. The kid I'd kicked ran off, and the other kid who was with him just shuffled back a bit, looking like he was going to size up my altercation with the kid rifling through my large luggage to see if he might have a chance to get something. While the kid on my luggage was feverishly looking through my luggage, the flap now undone, I kicked him really hard in the small of his back. He cried out loudly in pain. I must have heard him, because he had one hand holding firmly onto where I kicked him. I threatened to kick him once more, and he took off, whimpering. The other kid started to leave when the door opened, and another one of those delinquents had returned to see what progress was made. I still had my belt in hand, and raised my arm at him. He ducked out. "You better tell your friends to return my stuff," I shouted at the one kid remaining. He cursed at me and left. I got my stuff together and went to a police station in the airport to report the crime. The officer I dealt with looked at me with disdain and a total "I have better things to do" face. I described what happened. He then shoved a clipboard in front of me, handed over a pen, and said fill it out with a heavy accent. I asked about the chances of getting my stuff back. I was told that there was pretty much no chance at all. Another officer there handed me some kind of strap thing and said that I can use that to bind up my bag, since it'll be checked in. Well, I realized I didn't have time for filling out a form that would do me no good, so I secured my large bag and left. Later, I told the friend that I had visited what happened, and he said, "I thought you knew. There are vicious pickpockets and petty thieves in the CDG airport. Never go to the men's room there. Just wait for the one on the plane." I was flying from Krabi, Thailand to Denver. It involved 3 connections: Krabi to Bangkok, Bangkok to Tokyo, and Tokyo to Seattle. There were long layovers, including a 13-hour overnight one in Bangkok. I have chronic, incurable insomnia. I've been on sleeping pills for almost 20 years, and I cannot sleep on airplanes, no matter how drugged up I am. All in all, it took 52 hours to get from Thailand to my house. I slept for maybe 45 minutes in that time, in 5 to 10 minute spurts. I started hallucinating from sleep deprivation on the way back from Seattle. Nothing scary, just kept seeing divider curtains on the plane that weren't there, thinking a flight attendant was behind me when nobody was nearby. By the time I landed, I was seeing light visual patterns like the kind people see when they take a small dose of acid. Just knowing my brain was slowly ceasing its normal function was really scary. I was terrified that when I got home, I still wouldn't be able to sleep and it would get worse. Being awake for over 2 days straight was a really terrible travel experience. Not me, but a friend of mine encountered some crazy stuff while traveling in Taiwan. This was around Taichung, There were 4 of them, her with 2 other girls and 1 guy. Hopped in a taxi and gave the driver the destination. He goes the right way for a while, then abruptly pulls off into a side road. Still driving along, my friend asks him in Mandarin where the heck he's going. Since they've been to this place before and they know wherever they're going is now not where they asked for. The driver says nothing, gets on his cell phone and speaks to someone on the other end in Taiwanese. No one in the car understood this language. The mystery was how the driver figured this out, since they were all Asian and could have easily passed for natives visiting home for the holidays. The car pulls into an open field, surrounded by trees in every direction, with only a single house in the middle of it. He parks right outside, and it appears people were merging from the building. Several of them. The driver pauses for a brief second, starts the car up again and commences driving along. A few minutes later, the group find themselves on the side of the main road as the cabbie drives off. What the 3 girls in the back of the car did not know at the time was that upon stopping outside that house, their 4th member sitting up front pulled out his knife and held it right above his knee, making sure that it was in plain view of the driver. Once the cabbie saw this, he started the car up again, no doubt realizing the dangerous situation he had inadvertently found himself in. They never figured out what the driver planned on doing, but anything even close to kidnapping couldn't have been good. The cabbie was reported to the authorities, but they left for the States before finding out anything further. When I was in Indonesia, I was walking from my guest house to grab some dinner one night, and a group of 4 men started catcalling and yelling what were probably inappropriate things at me. I just ignored them and walked very quickly into the nearest building, which was a department store type place. They followed me in, and I was trying to just ignore them, hoping that they'd leave. I figured I was safer in a public, well-lit sort of place. They grabbed me, and I spun around and started screaming at them in English, so they probably didn't understand, but I reckon that they got the feeling. They laughed, but eventually left. The worst part was all the people in the department store, including other women who were working there, just giggled when they saw this happening. These men probably could have just dragged me out of the store, and no one would have done anything. I left Indonesia the next morning. In the Yucatan, southern Mexico, my brothers and I told a local in a bar we were looking for moda. We were in some super small town where everyone gets home at 4 from work, gets loaded and is passed out by 8. This character says he'll take us to the town dealer, and since we were drunk, decided to go along. This isn't your friendly suburban stoner who slings baggies out of his parents' garage. This was some next level narco stuff. With rooster fighting in cages outside, a tall gate and razor wire all around the house, which by town standards was a mansion, but by American standards, it was a big 30-year-old house that wasn't maintained. My drunkest brother decides to go for it, while we wait outside. In a few minutes, I hear laughing, and he's being the life of the party, acting like the jolly drunk, American speaking Spanglish. He was in there half an hour, but since we didn't hear any bad sounds like yelling and fighting, it was okay. He gets escorted out and says drunken goodbyes, and pulls us along back to the bar by our pension. He tells us that was the most scared he'd ever been. There were 2 dudes with machine guns that he could see, and he was sat down in front of some bigwig with gold teeth. It was like a movie set, and he wouldn't have been surprised if there was a tiger in the basement to eat people. This area is known for kidnapping tourists, as well as hanging the headless bodies of competitors and law enforcement from bridges. He didn't realize how bad it was until he got in and saw that he was interrupting some kind of party. Everyone was pretty messed up though, and he just tried to be goofy and amazed at all their stuff, so they'd like him. They wanted him to party, but he said his brothers were waiting and he had to bring us a little weed or we'd worry. He used the language barrier to leave against their request to stay and do God knows what. Sober us realized the next day that it could have turned out terrible, and the weed wasn't even very good. I was living in Nepal during the highly suspect massacre of the royal family. I was stuck in my house for 3 days, listening to some serious rioting going on outside. Someone set a bridge near my house on fire. The boredom got me in the end, and I booked a bus ticket to the other end of the country. I had to ride my bike through a hail of bricks to get the bus stop pickup point, and I enjoyed a relatively quiet and uneventful 10-hour bus journey. I walked the Himalayas, ate lots of dal bhat, got giardia, saw some wonderful mountains. When I returned, Kathmandu was back to normal. Everyone was rather nonchalant about the whole thing. All the men had shaved heads and it was all back to normal. The change was really rather eerie. It was like nothing happened. Apart from my bike, it had 7 shades of crap kicked out of it by the rioters. Poor bike. I traveled to Paris when I was 17 with a group of students from my school. We were told to keep our money packed away safe and to never talk to the street vendors, especially those who were making bracelets on tourists' wrists. These men make bracelets and then charge exorbitant fees, and if you don't pay them what they ask, they will threaten you or physically stop you from leaving the area. I was paired with another young girl when we were traveling to the Sacré-Cœur, and a man approached us wanting to make a bracelet for us. We declined, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. He kept bothering us and following us up the hill while we were still saying no. At one point, he grabs my wrist and starts trying to work. I grab onto my friend and he's pulling me into the other direction. He starts screaming at me and pulling me harder, and I'm not sure what to do at that point. My friend starts screaming for the police and he took off. Unfortunately, the same thing happened to one of our other students, who didn't understand that the man was not going to let him leave without paying 20 euros. The student tried to leave, but the man was threatening to follow him and kill him, kill his family, and do all sorts of terrible things. The student took a picture of the man, and the man snatched his camera and took off. Tourist destinations are crazy. In 2005, a couple friends and I went to Tijuana, Mexico for a day of shopping and cheap tequila. I got lost trying to find my way back to the border and ended up in a crappier area of town. A cop car pulls me over and out gets 4 men, not in police uniforms and carrying large rifle machine gun looking things. All 4 of us girls are trying not to lose our crap when they just start screaming at us in Spanish. They're yelling for us to get out of the car, but we weren't moving fast enough for them. They rip the doors open, pull us out, push us to our knees on the side of the road, and start digging through our car. We all thought we were going to die that night. They just stole everything worth anything from our car and then hightailed it out of there. We were very, very lucky to have left with our lives. During university, I went on an education-sponsored trip to Singapore. Everything was amazing until the last night that we were there. We went to a club that was a bit of a trek from the hotel. I ended up being way too sober to continue partying, so I hightailed it back to the hotel with my boyfriend. Everyone else stayed behind, but eventually split up at last call to catch cabs and such. A guy and a girl from our group decided in their drunken stupor to walk back from the hotel. They somehow, in some weird way, ended up wandering into the Singapore port. Keep in mind, the port is the livelihood of Singapore. They didn't even realize it until a port authority car pulled up to them and told them that they'd give them a ride back to their hotel. They were friendly about it, so they hopped in. What happened next was insane. I get a call to my room at 4 a.m., and someone in very broken English is asking if I know these two people. I was sharing a room with the girl. First, I thought that it was a prank by a friend, but then I freaked out when I started asking if they're okay, and this really eerie laugh was heard on the other end. They wouldn't give me their name or location. That gut-dropping feeling when you realize it's not a joke and something is seriously up. Turns out the port authority arrested them, turned them over to their version of the state police, and were accusing them of being spies who had scaled the wall of the port to gain intel on trade. Both of them were separated, interrogated, guns were pulled on them in order to get them to fess up. They were taken to the walls of the port and forced to explain how they scaled them. One cop told one friend that the other guy had already confessed, so they might as well turn themselves in too. These people were totally crap-faced when I left them a few hours before. I could only imagine the sobering fear. It took the rest of the group and the hotel front desk staff hours of calling to finally locate where they were being held in the city. Luckily, we met a super successful businessman/lawyer living in Singapore, but from our hometown a few days before. We called him up and asked if he could help us. He went to work on it. 12 hours later, with the threat of our government getting involved in the mess, they finally turned our friends over to us. We got out of there pronto. We think someone messed up their job at the port that day, left the gate opened, and rather than admit fault, they would get these young students to take the fall. Thankfully, neither of them gave up, because God knows how insane their punishments are over there. Moral of the story? Take a cab. My older sister and I were traveling together all through East Asia last year. We were in Laos and wanted to find the fastest way to meet up with a couple of friends who were in Vietnam. We decided to hire a private driver to take us there. The driver explained that he could only drop us off at the Laos/Vietnam border, and that there would be tourist buses at the border that could take us into the city. When we arrived at the border, we got out of the car and the driver drove off. My sister and I walked up to the window of the only person working, got our visas and walked across. Immediately, we noticed there were no buses, no hotels or shops, and no people around. It was 5:30, and the sun was about to go down. All of a sudden, we see a group of men approaching us on motorbikes. They surround us in a circle, and one of them says in broken English, "Where are you going? Need ride?" My sister and I looked at each other and realized that we have no other way of getting into the city. We tell the man where we want to go, and he tells us the city is only 15 minutes away, and that it would only cost us $12 to take us there. This all sounds great, except when he mentions that my sister and I would have to get on separate bikes. We decline his offer, unsure of how else we'll get into the city. We start trying to walk away, but the bikers try grabbing our arms and following us. They try to haggle and convince us to get on their bikes. We see a garage door open a few yards away, and we head towards it. An older couple is watching television inside, and we ask them for help. The bikers had followed us there and started shouting at them in Vietnamese. The couple looks at us in confusion, and my sister and I realize they were probably trying to somehow persuade them to not help us. My sister then looks at the couple and says, $70 drive to city, and points at the car sitting in the garage. The older lady shakes her head in agreement, and then looks at the bikers and shouts something to them in Vietnamese. The bikers try to convince us one more time to get on their bikes and start laughing. They finally realize there was no convincing us, and they leave. We get in the car with the older couple, and they start driving to the city. The scariest part is that it took over an hour and a half to get there, when the bikers said only 15 minutes. Just thinking what could have happened to us if we got on those bikes gives me the chills. This isn't terribly scary or intense. More of a, I wonder what that was and what would have happened scenario. When I was 18, I traveled to Ireland with two of my girlfriends and one of their younger sisters. We are from Canada. My one friend, both of her parents are from Ireland, and so we were staying with a variety of grandparents, cousins, etc. One day we were dropped off in Belfast and told where to meet the family member, I don't remember who, at a specific time and place so we could sightsee on our own and do a little shopping. We were in a very busy shopping and tourist area, tons of people around. As we were walking around, this young guy in his early 20s walks up to us with a clipboard and asks if we would like to participate in a survey. Being young girls, a cute Irish guy talking to us turned us into idiots. As he was asking questions about what we thought about the shopping district, what we like to spend our money on, I was watching the guy write down the answers. First of all, his clipboard had only a blank piece of paper with no listed questions. And secondly, I watched him sloppily kinda write down my friend's answers. I've always had amazing intuition, and something didn't feel quite right to me. I thought we were in a busy place with tons of people. A cute guy is talking to us. I'm just gonna see where this goes. I was also the less sheltered one of the group, and was definitely suspicious. He tells us that we were randomly picked to come back to the office, that we've won a prize, so he wants us to come with him. He walks very quickly through the crowd and keeps trying to get us to move faster. I quickly say to the other girls that something feels odd and to be careful. He leads us into a rundown building, and there's a huge staircase. It's dirty and there's garbage all over the floor. Remember, this is in the middle of the day, and there's a crap ton of people around, but now we are out of sight from the public area. He waits for us and tells us to go ahead of him. The three other girls start giggling and walking up the stairs. He's behind them and then me. I just say, stop, don't go up there, we are leaving now. And this guy freaks out on me and is trying to block the girls from coming down the stairs. I push him and yell, run. They all realize how stupid we are being and rush down the stairs. We ran in a panic with this guy running after us, yelling, no, don't run away. I was gonna give you a prize, don't wreck this for me. I couldn't believe how dumb we were, and I told the girls as much. We swore we wouldn't tell any of the family what we had done. I have no clue what the prize was waiting for us at the top of those dirty stairs. And personally, I really don't care. I realized in that moment how naive I was, and to listen to my intuition, which has protected me many, many times throughout my life. What a bunch of idiots we were. I had something happen to me in Nassau, Bahamas. My mom and I were waiting for a bus one night outside of our hotel on my 17th birthday. What we didn't realize is that we had missed all of the buses that day and were basically waiting for nothing. We didn't want to take a cab because the cab drivers kept trying to rip us off. But anyways, while waiting for the bus we thought was coming, a local guy pulled up, maybe 30 years old, and he asks if we need a ride. Right before we could say anything, another car with a local lady pulled up in front of that guy's car. She rolled down her window and told us to never take a ride with a stranger, as it was very dangerous. After that, she drove off. Now, we were going to reject the man's offer for a ride anyways, but this definitely made it official. We walked back to the guy's car to politely decline, and right as we did, he started screaming and cursing at us. Then I looked over in the passenger seat through the window, and there sat a police baton. I grabbed my mom's hand and we ran back towards the hotel, which was luckily right in front of the bus stop. The guy left tire marks on the road as he sped off. Just goes to show that you need to be careful of how you get around in foreign places. I spent about 3 years backpacking around the world and definitely came back with some pretty good stories. Here's a kind of interesting one. After a big night out in Brussels, I started walking back to my hostel or hotel. I was staying in the worst part of the city, so things were already a bit sketchy since it was probably around 3 a.m. As I came into the neighborhood I was staying in, I passed a small bar with muffled music coming out of the door. I couldn't see what the scene looked like, but thought, hey, why not? As soon as I walked in, I realized that I might have just made a big mistake. It turns out that this was the Congo bar. Now I'm a 6'2" blonde guy who doesn't typically feel small in a room, but I felt tiny. There were about 40 guys, no women, all from the DRC, and these were some big boys. Immediately when I walk in, a guy grabs me, slams a glass in my hand and fills it from his beer bottle. I think that these guys were just thinking that I was either crazy or had some big cojones. Anywho, we start slamming them back when I notice a huge guy on the other end of the bar staring at me like he wants to eat my children. We make eye contact, and he just starts screaming at me in Congolese. Immediately, everyone focuses on this one-sided exchange, and the bar quickly splits down the middle. The guys who were giving me beers, there were about 8 to 10 of them, start screaming back at this guy, who's now been joined by his buddies. So little 22-year-old me is sitting there with 20 to 30 giant Central African dudes who are just screaming at each other on this 20-foot by 30-foot bar. Not a word of which I can understand. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm the topic of the conversation. Finally, the guy who started screaming at me left and things mellowed out. But for a while there, I really didn't know how things were gonna turn out. This happened a few years ago when I was around 17 years old. I just finished my first semester in college, and I was homesick, and was very much excited to go home. I'm going to a university about 4 to 5 hours away from my hometown. My hometown is an island. To go home, I need to ride a bus from the city to a port for about 2 hours, and ride a ferry boat for about another 2 hours. I got to the bus terminal early, and was the first passenger on the bus. I sat near the back on a window seat. About 15 minutes later, a man around his 40s asked if he could sit beside me. Around this time, a lot of passengers has filled in the seats already, so I didn't really think much about him choosing to sit beside me, so I said yes. I don't think this data is important, but he was bald, his face and body kind of similar to Mr. Clean. A few minutes later, he started to chat with me and asked me if I was alone. I started to get a weird feeling, but I kept replying to be polite. He also asked how old I was and where I was going, and other personal questions. I kept my replies short, so he would take the hint, and fortunately he did. After this, a fruit vendor went up, and he bought some grapes, relevant for later. Then the bus started to run. About an hour into the bus ride, my mom called me to tell me that she was not sure if my dad could pick me up from the port, because she was at a meeting, and she was not sure when it will end. She does not drive, and my dad picks her up. When the call ended, the guy started talking to me again, and asked who it was. It was foolish of me, but I answered that it was my mom. He asked why my mom called, and I replied why. He smiled and said, "So that means you're going to..." name of place. "I'm going there too for a vacation. Let's just go together." I don't know why, but I just didn't react or anything. I was getting scared at that point. But what would I do? If I get off the bus, what if he will just follow me? I just decided that it was safer to just remain calm. The bus is full of people, so if he does anything to me, I will just scream. A little later, he started eating the grapes that he bought, and he offered me some. I declined because I actually don't like grapes, but he said, "Just take it. You saw me buy at a vendor, right? Don't worry, it's safe." I got really creeped out at this comment, because what is he implying? I declined again, but he kept insisting for me to get some. and would nudge me with his elbow, so I just accepted it so he would stop talking to me. We arrived at the port and he still followed me. After I got my ticket, I ran away and hid at the women's bathroom. There are a lot of people, so I know he won't follow me there. While I was there, I got a call from my mother saying that her meeting ended and they could pick me up at the port. I was relieved. I should have told her about the man, but I didn't want her to worry, so I didn't really say anything. When I went out, the man was already gone. I boarded the ferry and prayed that he won't see me, but unluckily he did see me and sat beside me. I froze. I didn't know what to do. He continued talking about how he wants me to tour him around the island. He also said that he doesn't know what to ride, to go to the town center, so he asked if I could go with him. I stayed silent and just nodded. I didn't want him to be angry, because I was afraid he would do something to me. I just hoped that I would immediately see our car when the ferry would arrive at the island, so I could part ways with him immediately. He continued talking to me and even asked me for my number, saying that he needs to have it so that he can contact me, if so that we could tour together. I gave him my number, but I changed a 3 to an 8. He then proceeded to dial that number, but it didn't ring. The number was invalid. He looked at me and asked if I gave him a wrong number. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and he said that I should review the number that I gave him. I was shaking at this point, and was actually glad that I changed just one number, so I pointed out that I must have typed an 8 instead of a 3. He laughed and told me I thought you betrayed me. How could you give a wrong number to a friend? After the longest 2 hours of my life, the ferry is finally about to dock. I could actually see our car parked near the exit of the port. When we arrived, I hurriedly went down, and the man still followed me. He asked me where we would get a ride to the town. I motioned to where the terminal for the transportations are, and I went the other way to our car. He asked me where I was going, and I told him that my parents came to pick me up. I could see that my dad was waiting outside the car. The guy gave me an angry look and said, "But I thought they will not pick you up." I just shrugged and continued walking. I went to our car and gave my dad a hug. He asked who that man was, and I told him that I will tell him later. My mom was in the car, so I didn't want her to worry. When we got home and I told my dad what happened, he was angry at the man. He told me to just stay home for a few days. He also went with me when I had to go out. A few days later, the man called me, but I didn't answer. He called me about 3 times and he texted me. We could have had a lot of fun. I blocked his number after that and never saw him again, and I hope I never will. I was a 22-year-old female, and I had always wanted to travel on my own, so I saved up to do 3 months of backpacking around Europe. My first night away, I was in a hostel in Burgess. In the adjoining bar, I met a guy who seemed lovely. We chatted for a while. He bought me a drink and offered to show me around the city the next day. I accepted. I am now 28 and I've been on many solo trips, and I cringe at my naivety in this situation. It got late, and I said I was going to my hostel, which required going outside then back into a building next door to use a key fob. He walked outside with me, and as I said goodnight, he leant in to kiss me. So I stepped away and asked him what he was doing. He then leaned his hand against the door and said, "Can I come inside with you?" At this point, my heart was hammering. In hindsight, I should have yelled for someone, but instead I pushed his arm to one side and quickly tapped my key to go in. I turned to look as I walked up the stairs, and he was watching me the whole time. I'm lucky he didn't force his way in after me, but it definitely taught me to be wary of friendly locals from then on. I've been browsing this sub for quite some time and thought that I would share a story of me and my friend traveling abroad that could have gone horribly wrong. This event occurred in the summer of 2018. My best friend, a 21-year-old female, and I, also a 21-year-old female, had just graduated college and planned a post-grad trip to the Dominican Republic. We stayed 1 week at a beautiful resort by the beach. Unfortunately, we would encounter many strange individuals during our stay. This story, however, takes place in the first afternoon after we arrived. Earlier that day, as we were getting ready for the beach, we were talking about how much we wished we had some weed. We were pretty heavy smokers at the time and thought that smoking would make the whole trip 10 times better. Fast forward a couple hours, we're on the beach having a good time, playing music, taking pictures, playing in the water, etc. When all of a sudden, some guy comes up to us. He seems friendly and harmless at first. He tells us how great we look and offers to take a photo of the two of us together on our phones. We were very excited about this and agreed. After he took the picture, he kept commenting on our appearance, and stupidly just thought that he was being nice, gassing us up, and we didn't get any weird vibes. Then the guy asked us if we like weed. My friend immediately says yes, and he says he knows where we can get some good stuff, just a little ways down the beach. He said he could take us. My friend agrees and we start walking with him. This whole time I'm not paying attention, and I thought he asked us if we liked movies, not weed. I asked her why we're going to go buy movies, and she looks at me like I'm an idiot and says, "Weed. We're buying weed." At that moment, we both realized we left our bags and wallets at the beach by our chairs and didn't have any money or our phones. We told the guy this. Yeah, I know, we're stupid. And he told us no problem. At this point, we've been walking a little while and had passed most of the resorts in the area. We started entering into a more local part of the beach. At this point, I get nervous because there's probably a dozen men all staring at us hard. Of course, all we had on us were swimsuits, which didn't help. Eventually, this guy leads us to some small beach shop and takes us to a back room. We go inside. He locks the door behind him. In this room was a single desk, 2 chairs, and wall-to-wall cigars. There was also another man in this room sitting at the desk with a gun tucked in his pants. At this point, me and my friend are both very nervous and scared. He tells us to sit down, and we do because we're terrified. The guy we met at the beach tells Gun Guy that we're going to buy some weed. The guy at his desk is friendly-ish and says no problem. He asks how much and we tell him. We mention again that we left our money at the resort, and maybe we should go back and get it and come back later. He says no, it's okay. His guy will go back with us and collect the money. He said that we can take it now, but only if we do him a favor. Nervously, we ask him what the favor is, because we just want to get out of there as soon as possible. He says he'll give us the weed and roll it for us if we show him something. We quickly say no and try to laugh it off. However, he continues to ask, and I start to get nervous that he won't let us leave unless we do what he says. I quickly tell him that we have boyfriends, so we can't do that, but we can give him a hug if he'd like. Him and his guy then look at each other and bust out laughing. My friend and I are really scared at this point. He starts talking about how good it is, how it's Jamaican, and he's giving us a deal that we need to do something for him. We offer to pay more, but refuse to do anything for him. Then he starts asking us in Spanish, hoping to trick us into agreeing. My friend, who did not speak Spanish, just answers yes, hoping to appease him so we could leave. Luckily, I understand some Spanish and quickly said no. We insisted that we need to get back and we'd pay extra, but we're not showing him anything and he needs to stop asking. The man gets annoyed and says something to his guy. He rolls the weed and tells us to get out. We were so relieved to leave this room. Luckily for us, the guy takes us back to our resort, collects the money and leaves. We start laughing about how crazy that was and how it could have gone way worse, but at least we got weed and we're alive. We were very dumb and naive. Then, out of nowhere, a staff member at the resort comes up to us angry and asks where we have been and who that man was. We looked at him shocked because we didn't know him, and he was practically scolding us like children. He told us these men are not allowed at the resort and that they come to the beach hoping to lure tourists. They're very dangerous and that we need to stay away. We lie and say that we don't know what he's talking about and that we'd appreciate the concern, but we're okay. We didn't want him to know that we had weed on us because it's illegal and not allowed at the resort. He finally leaves us alone, but for the rest of the trip, wherever we went, that man was always lurking in the background. I couldn't tell if he was suspicious of us or if he called himself watching out for us. Anyways, that was just one of many creepy experiences I've had while abroad. If you like this story, let me know. Maybe I'll tell you about the time that we were almost kidnapped in Prague by our Uber driver. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.